Distinguished delegates, UNFPA colleagues, good morning. We are about to start, so we kindly ask you to take your seats. Thank you.
Excelencies,
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, delegates, friends, good morning. I declare open the third meeting of the second regular session 2025 of the Executive Board. This segment is being held in accordance with the rules of procedure of the Executive Board and the approved annual work plan. I'm pleased to welcome you to the opening of the UNFPA segment of the 2025 second regular session of the Executive Board. Under this agenda item 7, UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026 to 2029, we will hear a statement by the Acting Executive Director, acting for now. I'm pleased to welcome the Acting Executive Director of UNFPA, Ms. Diane Keita. And joining Ms. Keita on the podium are Mr. Andrew Sabaton, Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Julia Bunting, Director, Programme Division, Mr. Ian McFarlane, Director of the Division for External Relations, Ms. Shoko Arakaki, Director of Humanitarian Response Division, Ms. Eva Gorichnik-Christian, Comptroller and Director in the Division for Management Services, and Ms. Susanna Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Ms. Elena Pirondini, UNFPA Chief in the Executive Board branch, who will serve as the Secretary for the UNFPA segment. And I thank Ms. Pirondini for all of her support in preparing this meeting. I now have the privilege to give the floor to Ms. Diane Keita, UNFPA Acting Executive Director, to deliver her statement. And I understand that we will also see a video before she delivers her statement. So please, let's start the video.
Here for the second regular session of the Executive Board in my capacity as Acting Executive Director. Before I begin my remarks, we would like to share a video highlighting the devastating toll of gender-based violence in humanitarian crisis and why UNFPA's leadership on protection and response to GBV is so critical for women and girls. Thank you. Estimado señor presidente,
Mr. President.
Distinguished member of the Executive Board, chers collègues, chers amis, I thank the board for your support and guidance and for the extensive consultation that have resulted in the UNFPA Strategic Plan 26-29 and associated integrated budget before you this session. We meet on an extraordinary moment for the UN, called upon by so many governments and community to do so much with resources not commensurate with the task at hand. This moment requires bold thinking, flexible planning, and a sharp focus on result and accountability. Before you is the strategic plan that meets that moment, and I count on you to endorse it at this session. The new strategic plan reaffirms UNFPA's critical ICPD mandate and our normative role. It reflects a focused, dedicated organization with a unique comparative advantage as a public health and population agency. UNFPA very uniquely combines technical expertise, operational savoir-faire, and human rights working across the humanitarian development peace continuum in more than 150 countries with a clear focus on women and girls throughout their life course. Today, UNFPA is a recognized leader in sexual and reproductive health, population data, census and statistics, logistic and delivery of reproductive commodities at scale, humanitarian action on sexual and reproductive health and rights, and gender-based violence, and youth leadership, development, including youth, peace, and security. We are an organization that listens, and we have heard member states call for support in understanding and adapting to demographic shifts. UNFPA is nimble, resilient, innovative organization that has been well ahead of the curve in foreseeing and adapting to geopolitical and funding shifts, as well as the need of the community we serve. This has meant taking some difficult decisions, including the recent relocation of roughly 1/4 of our headquarters personnel to Nairobi. We continue to review our business model to ensure that UNFPA is a future fit in keeping with the UN80 focus on efficiency, effectiveness, and relevance. UNFPA is an organization that delivers. The results speak for themselves. They speak to why multilateralism is so important. It works thanks to you all. Maternal mortality has declined by 40% globally since 2000. As the world's largest provider of donated contraceptive, UNFPA investment in family planning have increased voluntary contraceptive use and reduced adolescent pregnancy. Increasingly, countries are leading the charge with strategic support from the UNFPA Supplies Partnership. Partner countries have increased their contraceptive spending 5-fold since 2000, demonstrating that the partnership innovative financing mechanism create genuine country ownership and sustainable impact. Of course, all of this is only possible thanks to the core resources that underpin everything we do. In 2024 alone, UNFPA Supplies Partnership prevented nearly 10 million unintended pregnancy and more than 200,000 maternal and newborn deaths, and generated $708 million in direct healthcare cost saving. UNFPA also continues to deliver as a leader in humanitarian sector, where the need for our service remains important. In 2024, UNFPA supported program reached over 10 million people with sexual and reproductive health services and more than 3.6 million with gender-based violence protection in 59 crisis-affected countries. Unfortunately, UNFPA's 2025 humanitarian appeal of $1.2 billion to provide service for over 43 million people in 50 countries is only 30% funded. In response, the appeal was recently reduced to 200 million, targeting 1.2 million fewer people and prioritizing the most urgent, life-saving work. Going forward, we will continue to face growing humanitarian needs without the support of a leading humanitarian donor. Through the humanitarian reset, we count on the board to help safeguard the important work we have done collectively to prioritize life-saving gender-based violence and sexual reproductive health services in every crisis response. Mr. President, at a time of shifting global priorities, reduced funding, growing humanitarian development needs, and evolving expectations from our partners, UNFPA is rising to the occasion as a change leader within the United Nations system. As part of the UN80, we stand ready to do more, both in programs area and on system-wide efficiencies, including taking advantage of any opportunity to outsource our back office operations. UNFPA is embracing artificial intelligence tools throughout the organization to revolutionize knowledge management, improve efficiency, boost productivity, and accelerate impact. We are determined to be driver of our own destiny, innovating, evolving, and enhancing our capacity to best serve women and girls and deliver on the ambition of our new strategic plan. This is the impetus behind UNFPA's ongoing business model review, ensuring that we are rightly configured at all levels and a leader on efficiency as the UN80 moments demands. For headquarters, this includes a careful and consultative assessment to explore whether additional HQ function might be better positioned elsewhere. As with the move to Nairobi, the objective is ensuring better service provision, improving efficiencies, and reducing costs. Delocalization will also further enhance integration between our humanitarian and development work. We are likewise exploring whether the current setup of 6 regional offices remain the best structure for us in a reduced funding environment. The focus remains on strengthening support to country offices and ensuring the complementarity of work across HQ and regional offices. The third priority area for review is UNFPA's country presence. Are we optimally configured to meet evolving needs within a reduced resource envelope? We are therefore assessing if and how we can adopt different type of presence in different settings. Our aim is to deliver high-impact programming where needs are greatest, in alignment with national priorities and focusing on those at greatest risk of being left behind. As always, the Staff Council is engaged at every step of the review, and we will consult closely with the board throughout this process. Mr. President, Excellencies, UNFPA values such consultation with member states and this executive board. We welcome a diversity of perspectives and opinion and strive to achieve balance. We have listened closely to you, and we are fully confident that the direction articulated in the Strategic Plan 26-29 is the right path at the right time to accelerate progress for women, girls, and young people. In a time of disruption and uncertainty, the new strategic plan, the last of the 3 consecutive plans leading up to 2030, offers both continuity and confidence. It responds to rising threats while unlocking opportunities to adapt, innovate, and lead. Our commitment to sexual reproductive health, rights, and choices remain as firm as fundamental to our work and SDG achievement as ever. Our commitment as a leadership team is unwavering. The focus remains on the attainment of the 3 transformative results: ending all unmet need for family planning, ending all preventable maternal death, and ending all gender-based violence and harmful practices. We have also introduced a 4th outcome on adapting to demographic change. Again, this responds to member state demand for support on issues such as demographic transition, low fertility, population aging, and migration. UNFPA is uniquely equipped to provide this support. Harnessing data and evidence, we support government develop policies and programs that build demographic resilience while upholding individual rights and choices. I wish to emphasize that the strategic plan is operationalized in line with national policies and national laws and firmly grounded in national ownership as expressed in country program documents. As such, we look forward to the adoption of the 15 CPDs before the board this session. Mr. President, as previously discussed with the board, UNFPA planned and budget conservatively in anticipation of the current funding constraint to protect our programming. Moreover, we successfully diversify funding via international financing institution, foundation, private sector, and individual giving, leading to record income last year of nearly 1.7 billion US dollar. UNFPA works on innovative financing is making significant progress, which we showcase at the Financing for Development Summit in Sevilla. Under the new strategic plan, UNFPA will strengthen our effort to leverage sustainable financing and investment, including domestic financing, to accelerate progress on our mandate in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. You will note that the income target in the new integrated budget are conservative, 16% below the midterm review targets. This reflects the prudent, realistic approach UNFPA has taken in response to cuts from some major partners and concern around declining official development assistance. UNFPA welcomed the Advisory Committee for Administrative and Budgetary Question report. I am pleased to note that most of the reporting recommended is already taking place, and we will continue our transparent engagement with the board. UNFPA is determined to make a difference where it is needed most, which is why more than 88% of resources in the integrated budget will be directed to the field. UNFPA's commitment to leaving no one behind remains firm, something I reiterated last week at TCAD. just as my colleagues did at the recent LLDC conference, and as we continue to do in our engagement with the SEEDs and all member states. While UNFPA mobilized significant resources in 2024, much of the growth came in earmarked funding, particularly for humanitarian crises, increased earmarking, increased administrative burdens, and fragmentation, impacting our ability to deliver effectively. Core funding is at its lowest since 2019, and it is projected to decline further, and the new integrated budget, UN pooled funding, the second largest single source of funding to UNFPA, has also shown a declining trend. We continue to advocate strongly for core resources, which allow UNFPA to sustain our operational capacity at country, regional, and headquarter levels so that we can continue to support right-based programming that improves the lives of women and young people. We can only implement the strategic plan if you are resourced adequately. And core resources are the bedrock of our work. We count on the board's support to ensure that we are all well-financed and equipped to continue to deliver the result you, distinguished member state and community, expect of us. Core funding allows us to plan long-term and respond flexibly and effectively wherever needs arise, from development setting to acute and sudden onset crisis. It also allows UNFPA to maintain robust oversight structure. Oversight, accountability, and risk management remain top priorities of the organization, as reflected in the proposed budget allocation for management and independent oversight and assurance activities. All of these, to wider flexible, quality funding commitment made in the Funding Compact 2.0 are essential. Mr. President, this is the last executive board for two valued UNFPA leaders, Madame Susanna Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Monsieur Jan McFarlane, Director of Division for External Relations. On behalf of UNFPA, I thank Susanna and Jan for their dedicated service and wish them both well in their future endeavor. Mr. President, Excellencies, the stakes are high for the communities UNFPA serve on your behalf. As language is debated, let's hold fast to the fundamental values and beliefs that underpin our common objective. Let us agree that women and adolescent girls deserve our steadfast support. The right to safe and intended motherhood, to live free from violence, to chart one's own future is fundamental. UNFPA is committed to working with partners to protect the gain made in recent decades and to seize every opportunity to accelerate progress. With the board's active engagement, we have laid out our strategic vision for doing so over the next 4 years. We count on your support for this vision and your endorsement of our strategic plan and integrated budget. More importantly, the women, the girls, the young people UNFPA serves count on your support. When they thrive and succeed, we all will. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias a las.
Thank you very much, Ms. Keita, for your statement. And once again, I would take this opportunity to thank you for your dignified leadership during this transitional time, and also the fact that you are leading the frontline team, top-level team that is accompanying us here on the podium, that allows us to say with certainty that at this session we will be able to adopt the necessary decisions for the board and for all of our peoples. I have to run through a long protocol spiel that you all know, so I think I'll limit myself to the core points. We'll follow the same protocol as yesterday, but what I would like to remind you is that the microphones will be cut off automatically. I have no control over that, so I do very much implore you to understand that. In addition, as you know, a list of speakers has been drawn up. We will first hear from the bureau members of the Executive Board, followed by representatives of groups, and then member states and observer delegations. Having said that, I have the pleasure to invite the bureau members to take the floor in the following order: Tajikistan, Romania, and Belgium. Tajikistan, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, a distinguished member of the board, excellencies. We thank Ms. Diane Keita, Acting Executive Director of UNFPA, for presenting the Strategic Plan 2026-2029. Tajikistan welcomes this plan and looks forward to its full implementation. We recognize the vital role of UNFPA in advancing the International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action. Its three transformative results remain central: ending preventable maternal death, meeting family planning needs, and eliminating gender-based violence and harmful practice, including child, early, and forced marriage. We also value UNFPA's global and regional programs. They provide technical support, knowledge exchange, and capacity building that help countries advance these shared priorities. At the national level, Tajikistan continues to strengthen coordination of population and development initiatives. The National Council on Population and Development is our central platform to advance the ICPD agenda. We look forward to NFPA's support in enhancing its effectiveness through multi-sectoral engagement. We are also taking concrete steps to promote gender equality and address gender-based violence. This includes strengthening legal and policy framework, improving coordination across sectors, and fostering societal awareness to ensure prevention, protection, and accountability. Ensuring access to essential health services for women and youth remains a top priority. Tajikistan continues to expand both the availability and quality of services nationwide. We welcome UNFPA's support in integrating these priorities into our midterm development programs 2026-2030, as well as provincial and district plans. Tajikistan deeply values its partnership with UNFPA. We will continue working together to achieve concrete results at the global, regional, and national levels. Together, we can ensure that women, youth, and vulnerable populations are not left behind. I thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to the colleague from Romania, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Madam Acting Executive Director, thank you for sharing with us the key elements about the current UNFPA situation, trends, and developments. And leading a UN organization as UNFPA today is like driving a powerful car on a wet, slippery road. One needs skills and wisdom to know when to accelerate and when to brake in order not to get off the road. And I think my delegation believes that the UNFPA has that equation of skills to move forward. And we wish you success in this and future endeavors. Romania values the adaptation of the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029 to new realities and challenges. In a world with fluctuating trends and repositionings, we support UNFPA vision to include a new fourth pillar on demography next to the three already known ones. Population shift analysis is essential in planning strategies and long-term policies at national and international level. Keeping a strong connection with governments in bridging the gaps and achieving deliverables is of utmost importance. We acknowledge UNFPA's unique mandate, which stretches from operational activities to prioritizing human rights, including in delivering technical expertise and particular role in promoting sexual and reproductive rights and combating gender-based violence. And we value UNFPA's stance in combating these phenomena. Madam Acting Executive Director, my delegation commends UNFPA's resolve in aligning itself to the principles of UN80 initiative in enhancing the effectiveness of the United Nations. And in the last few years, we have been hearing about UNFPA measures on efficiencies when discussing about Nairobi relocation. We also appreciate UNFPA has put an emphasis on better and smarter use of the financing. In a world forced with challenges, in a world forced to cope with challenges generated by wars and military aggressions and changes operated in mandates, repositioning of the UNFPA financial means is a new reality. In this vein, we encourage UNFPA to further strengthen the channels of cooperation with civil society and private donors in order to breach the gap in financing projects of utmost importance. In the last decades, UNFPA encountered several times considerable decreases in funding. And we express our belief that the organization will capitalize from past experiences and will identify the strategies in imagining new ways and means in implementing its core activities. Financing plays a vital role for the proper execution of the UNFPA mandate and accounts for a greater degree of transparency and accountability within the organization. Romania just finalized the payment procedure for our annual contribution to NFPA budget as a concrete sign of trust and support in the organization. And just to make use of my final seconds, we are supportive of your determination in maintaining a robust oversight structure. Thank you.
Gracias por su declaración.
Thank you for your statement. And I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Vice President of this board, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Belgium. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Señor
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Excellencies, Madam Acting Executive Director. At the outset, I would like to thank you for emphasizing how this new strategic plan will ensure access to quality and equitable sexual and reproductive health services for everyone. Belgium also welcomes the inclusion of demographic resilience as fourth pillar. Responding to evolving population dynamics with agility strengthens our collective commitment to SRHR, ensuring that no one is left behind. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is a shared responsibility of every member state. Central to this is the advancement of sexual and reproductive health and rights that empowers individuals and drives inclusive development across generations. Belgium reaffirms its unwavering support to UNFPA's mandate and the ICPD program of action. In a world facing uncertainty and intersecting crises, human rights, diversity, equality, and inclusion must remain central. Prioritizing gender equality is a strategic lever for transformative impact. The UN80 reform must lead to a more coherent, agile, and accountable system. For UNFPA, this means embedding its mandate more effectively across UN structures and championing SRHR. In that context, it is worrisome, as you also pointed out, Madam Executive Director, to see that the core funding keeps declining. UNFPA must work to reverse this trend by incentivizing donors to give flexible funding. Sustained and predictable core resources empower UNFPA to act with agility, uphold its mandate, and deliver results. That is why in June, Belgium announced it will maintain its core funding to UNFPA at the current level for the next 4 years, and we humbly invite other member states to do the same. We also reaffirm our strong support for multilateralism, which remains the backbone of effective global cooperation. In today's fragmented world, multilateralism offers a unique platform for shared responsibility, solidarity, and coordinated action, helping us to collectively ensure that no one is left behind. Et à titre personnel,
And in my personal capacity, I would like to congratulate you on your appointment your nomination by the Secretary General as the Executive Director of UNFPA. This reflects the trust placed in your work in recent years and faith in your ability to guide us over stormy seas. I would like to wish you smooth sailing. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement, Belgium. We will now move on to the statements on behalf of groups of countries, and I will give the floor in this order to Iceland, Mexico, and Tunisia. Iceland, you have the floor, please.
Mr. President and Acting Madam Executive Director, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Iceland. As we near the transition to the next strategic plan, the Nordic countries reaffirm our unwavering support to UNFPA's mandate and the fundamental values guiding its work. The commitment to human rights, bodily autonomy, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and gender equality is foundational to sustainable development. The rights and choices of each individual are non-negotiable. They are both a moral imperative and a development necessity that yields tangible social and economic returns. We are encouraged to see these values clearly reflected in the new strategic plan. We further commend it for being ambitious, normatively strong, and programmatically sharpened. Its 4 outcome areas, ending preventable maternal deaths, meeting the unmet need for family planning, eliminating gender-based violence and harmful practices, and addressing demographic change, set a clear and rights-based direction. We particularly welcome the focus on adolescents and youth, on those most often left behind, and on safeguarding UNFPA's humanitarian role in the most challenging contexts. The Nordic countries welcome the new strategic plan's recognition of emerging priorities, demographic foresight, digitalization, including preventing and responding to digital violence, and innovative partnerships with civil society, the private sector, and youth. These elements are vital for sustaining impact in a rapidly changing world. Furthermore, the strategic plan is realistic about today's financial constraints. In these dire times, the Nordic countries remain steadfast providers of core funding to UNFPA to enable meaningful delivery on its mandate. At the same time, we commend the strategic plan's emphasis on accountability, oversight, and risk management, as this helps to maximize the development impact of UNFPA's resources on the ground. The coming 4 years will be decisive. The new strategic plan provides a strong framework to complete the unfinished business of Cairo and to advance the 2030 agenda, which remains the North Star of all sustainable development work. The Nordic countries support a comprehensive and ambitious UN reform and expect all UN entities to fully engage with the Secretary General's UNAT initiative. As we proceed with the reform deliberations, the strategic plan's implementation should remain agile and ready to adjust to the changes ahead. Throughout these changes, we must ensure that sexual and reproductive health and rights and gender equality remain at the core of UN's work. The Nordic countries look forward to working with all partners to ensure that every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. I thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Madam Acting Executive Director Dean Keita, very happy to see you here. I delivered this statement on behalf of Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Germany, Jordan, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Luxembourg, Moldova, New Zealand, Norway, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, the European Union as a donor, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Ukraine, Uruguay, and my own country, Mexico. We stand at a critical juncture. With 5 years left to achieve the 2030 agenda, accelerating action is essential to reach it. But so is reflecting on what lies ahead in the coming years. In this regard, we commend UNFPA for the strategic plan 2026-2029, which reflects this vision and results from an inclusive and consultative process. The plan reaffirms a human rights-based approach and serves as a roadmap for resilience and renewal. It is aimed at ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, and maintains a strong normative foundation firmly rooted in the ICPD Program of Action, the 2030 Agenda, the 2024 QCPR, and the Pact for the Future. It positions itself clearly as a bridge towards the post-2030 development agenda, signaling UNFPA's leadership in shaping the future of global development. Madam Acting Executive Director, we welcome the inclusion of the 4th outcome on demographic change, which is both timely and forward-looking, as well as the heightened focus on young people and adolescents as a priority and agents of change. We also appreciate the plan's strength and focus on humanitarian needs, recognizing the growing importance of UNFPA's work in this context. The plan rightly acknowledges the financial constraints facing the multilateral system, and in this context, the new output on leveraging sustainable financing and investment is imperative to coordinate efforts to close persistent financing gaps. We support efforts to diversify funding sources and explore innovative financing mechanisms, and reaffirm that core predictable funding also remains essential. It is the foundation of UNFPA's independence, normative mandate, and long-term impact. We commend UNFPA's ambition to deliver closer to those it serves. National ownership remains a guiding principle across all UNFPA's programs. We encourage UNFPA to align with national priorities and implement its programs in close partnership with governments and stakeholders, while continuing to apply context-specific approaches to achieve the 4 strategic plan outcomes. We are also encouraged by UNFPA's strong engagement with the United Nations Development Strategy system reform, and in particular with UNAIDS. Its constructive role within country teams and its support for the UNSDCF reflect the integrated and accountable development cooperation we aim to achieve. UNFPA's close collaboration with the resident coordinator system is commendable too. It supports country-level leadership and contributes meaningfully to planning, coordination, joint programming, and pooled funding under the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. As always, we look forward to clear and transparent implementation accompanied by robust results tracking. We encourage UNFPA to maintain its strong performance in monitoring, in evaluation and learning, and we welcome opportunities for joint dialogue on progress and challenges throughout the implementation cycle. Let me conclude, Madam President, by emphasizing, and Mr. Chair, by emphasizing that achieving the commitments outlined in this strategic plan is not only critical to accelerating progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, but also to serving as a bridge toward the post-2030 development era. It provides a roadmap for resilience and renewal, ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, advancing reproductive rights in accordance with the ICPD Program of Action and the Beijing
Thank you for this powerful cross-regional statement. Ahora tiene.
I now give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Representative of Tunisia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the African members of the Executive Board, namely Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Mozambique, Nigeria, Zambia, and my own country, Tunisia. The group wishes to congratulate and thank Ms. Diani Keita for her insightful statement. We commend her for the leadership and engagement. For decades, UNFPA has been a steadfast partner in advancing Africa's health and development agenda. Guided by Addis Ababa Declaration on Population and Development, our continental framework for realizing the ICPD Program of Action, UNFPA has worked hand in hand with African countries to meet their development goals. Through close collaboration with the African Union and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNFPA has aligned its mission with Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This partnership has been reinforced through the Addis Ababa Declaration and its 10-year review under ICPD 30 and the Karma Plus campaign to accelerate reductions in maternal mortality. These frameworks reflect Africa's collective resolve to invest in women, youth, and girls, to lift families out of poverty, and to drive human development in line with our national priorities. Mr. President, the Group of African States acknowledges the UNFPA Strategic Plan and Integrated Budget 2629 and recognizes the important role of UNFPA in supporting member states through nationally owned and nationally led country programs. The group underlines also that the implementation of UNFPA's activities must be guided by and remain fully consistent with the national priorities, laws, policies, and development strategies of member states, while respecting their sovereignty. Looking ahead, the African Group stresses the need to strengthen the collection and use of high-quality, timely, and disaggregated population data, from census to surveys to civil registration and vital statistics. Such evidence is critical for national planning, policy making, and accountability in the implementation of ICPD commitments. Capacity support in these areas, therefore, needs to be strengthened at national levels. Mr. President, the health challenges facing Africa remain urgent. Our continent still accounts for 70% of global maternal deaths, with several countries recording ratios above 500 per 100,000 live births. This is not just statistics, it's a call to action. Yet, we draw inspiration from Cabo Verde, Mauritius, and Rwanda, projected to meet the SDG target of reducing maternal mortality ratios below 100 per 100,000 live births, as well as from the new regional roadmap for accelerated reduction of maternal mortality in West and Central Africa. Africa also continues to carry the highest burden of the global HIV epidemic, particularly in Eastern, Southern, Western, and Central Africa. While new infections are declining in some regions, we are concerned by rising cases in North Africa. Mr. President, since the Abuja Declaration in 2001, African countries have been striving to allocate at least 15% of national budgets to health. Progress is ongoing, but more must be done. In this regard, we value UNFPA's support for sustainable domestic financing, innovative funding mechanisms, and stronger political commitment to resilient health systems. As Africa stands as demographic transformation, while the world's youngest population, UNFPA's role remains central across the development, humanitarian, and peace pillars. With collective resolve, smart investment, and strengthened partnerships, we can translate this aspiration for Agenda 2063 and the 2030 Agenda into tangible improvements in the lives of African women, youth, and communities. Finally, on behalf of the African Group, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to working with UNFPA to realize our shared vision, a future where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. To conclude, the African Group congratulates you, Ms. Diane Keita, on the proposed appointment as Executive Director of UNFPA. Once again, the African Group has confidence that you'll deliver your mandate with distinction. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you. We have a long list of speakers, so we will now begin with the member states of the board and observers. And following a few statements, I will give the Executive Director an opportunity to respond in general terms to the comments and questions that have been raised, without going into too much detail, which can then be done in the subsequent conversation. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the permanent representative of Côte d'Ivoire to take the floor. You have the floor.
I would like to thank you and congratulate you, Madam Diane Keita, Acting Executive Director of the UNFPA, for your leadership and for your enlightening briefing. And I thank you for your excellent work that you have done. We endorse the statement delivered by Tunisia on behalf of the African Group, and we would like to make the following comments in national capacity. Côte d'Ivoire notes with satisfaction that the strategic plan submitted guarantees access to sexual and reproductive health and ensures the implementation of the ICPD plan of action to respond to global emerging challenges, namely the end of avoidable maternal deaths, the elimination of unmet family planning needs, the eradication of gender-based violence and harmful practices, and the adaptation to demographic transformation through policies that respect the rights and customs and are backed by data. My country welcomes the fact that the guiding principles and the strategic approach of this plan legitimately take into account the imperatives of human rights, normative leadership, and operational agility of the UNFPA in alignment with the SDGs. Thus, Côte d'Ivoire hopes that the new plan of action will consolidate the gains of 2022 to 2025 and will mount innovative responses, thus turbocharging progress in the context of the 2030 agenda. However, President, my delegation is aware of the challenges that still face us in terms of implementing the strategic plan in the context of scant resources. So my country encourages the UNFPA to continue and intensify its efforts to mobilize resources from its partners and from member states so as to ensure the continuity and the effectiveness of its interventions. Mr. President, for its part, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the multifaceted assistance of the UNFPA through various programs that have been initiated or supported, especially in the area of inclusive education, the general population census, and conflict prevention. In that regard, we welcome the excellent cooperation that we have with the UNFPA, which has been illustrated by the 9th program of cooperation for 2026 to 2030, and we're convinced that its adoption will push forward the 3 transformative results. Mr. President, we reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the 2026-2029 strategic plan of the UNFPA.
A continuación.
Thank you very much. I will next give the floor to the Chargé d'Affaires from Sweden, Brazil, El Salvador, and Denmark. Sweden, you have the floor.
President, Madam Acting Executive Director, in many parts of the world, civilians are living under catastrophic humanitarian conditions. The suffering endured by people in this crisis must never be normalized or ignored. Pregnant and postpartum women, as well as children, lack access to water, food, and health services. Illegal attacks on health facilities and aid workers must never be accepted. UNFPA's assistance in Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan is supported by Sweden, among others. Sweden deeply values the dedication of UNFPA staff who operate in extremely challenging environments, sometimes at great personal risk. International humanitarian law must be respected. Free, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access is required. UNFPA and other humanitarian organizations must be able to carry out their life-saving work under secure conditions. The world and the UN are facing multiple severe crises, including a crisis of financing. Sweden remains a committed UN member state and a top donor of the UN development system, including UNFPA. We hold high expectations for a UN system that champions gender equality and ensures the full realization of sexual and reproductive health and rights for all individuals. We need UN organizations that continue to effectively deliver on their respective mandates, and Sweden therefore supports the UN Secretary General's UN 80 reform initiative. Sweden welcomes UNFPA's draft strategic plan for 2026 to 29 and its realistic budget proposal. To sustain strong results at the country level, it's vital for UNFPA to focus on its core mandate, implement efficiency effectiveness measures, and maintain robust risk management. Sweden thanks UNFPA for the comprehensive report on the structured funding dialogue. UNFPA is facing unprecedented financial pressure. It must demonstrate flexibility and adapt to evolving conditions. UNFPA's continued reliance on a few top donors is a concern. Sweden encouraged UNFPA to intensify efforts to broaden its financing base, including through the mobilization of domestic resources and innovative financing. UNFPA's support for women, girls, and young people around the world is more critical than ever. The organization plays a unique role in promoting and ensuring access to modern contraceptives, comprehensive sexuality education, safe and legal abortions, and protection from gender-based violence. UNFPA deserves our full financial and political support. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Brazil, and with a small change in the list of speakers, after Brazil, we will give the floor to the permanent representative of Cuba. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Acting Executive Director, Brazil welcomes the presentation of the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029. We recognize the fund's continued leadership as both a key normative and operational actor within the United Nations system. We note the plan's priority access and commend UNFPA for reaffirming its commitment to the promotion of rights and choices for all individuals, with special attention to women, adolescents, youth, and marginalized populations. My delegation acknowledges the challenging global context against which this new plan has been prepared, one marked by deepening social inequalities, the climate crisis, geopolitical tensions, protracted humanitarian crisis, and severe strains on the multilateral system. We value UNFPA's effort to balance continuity with adaptation by consolidating its core mandates on sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender equality, and the elimination of violence, while adding a new and critical dimension on demographic dynamics. We also note the innovative proposals on financing, particularly the transition from funding to funding and financing. In this regard, Brazil stresses that initiatives for resource mobilization, whether from public or private sources, should be understood as complementary and fully integrated into the national financing for development strategies of program countries. Such alignment is essential given the specific circumstances associated with financial matters in each national context. With these comments, Mr. President, Brazil is prepared to join consensus on the adoption of the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029. We look forward to continuing our constructive engagement with the fund to ensure that it remains a strong, responsible, and reliable partner for countries in the developing world, including through trilateral South-South arrangements. Finally, my delegation welcomes your appointment, Madam Acting Executive Director, as the new Executive Director, and looks forward to working closely with you in the years to come. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Cuba, please.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished Dian Keita, Acting Executive Director, distinguished members of the Executive Board, and other delegations. We would like to thank the Acting Executive Director for her presentation. Faced with the many crises that define the current international panorama, conscious actions are needed to accelerate progress towards the three transformative actions for 2030. Zero preventable maternal deaths, zero lack of needs met in family planning, and zero sexual and gender-based violence. This new strategic plan is based on this changing panorama, has singled out 4 results, adapting to demographic change based on rights. It is essential to guarantee that countries have political solutions that are based on rights, that are sensitive to gender, and which are rooted in empirical data that promote inclusive and sustainable development. In the interests of achieving these ambitious goals, and despite the lack of appropriate financial resources that are predictable and flexible, UNFPA has nevertheless intensified its actions in 2025 to ensure a global environment where sexual and reproductive rights and gender equality are a reality for all people. In the case of Cuba, collaboration with UNFPA has been essential. It has facilitated progress on maternal and infant health programs, family planning programs, and sexual and reproductive health programs, with a focus on adolescents and young people. These valuable efforts are limited on a daily basis by the US blockade against Cuba. This policy hinders the provision of pharmaceuticals, contraceptives, basic resources and equipment for reproductive health, having a direct impact on care for pregnant women, girls, and young women. The impact of UNFPA has been essential in maintaining indicators such as low infant mortality and low maternal mortality. Cuba reaffirms its commitment to the Cairo Plan of Action, the Montevideo Consensus, and the 2030 Agenda, as well as its will to continue its close cooperation with UNFPA. Despite the challenges imposed by the worsened financial crisis in the UN and the changes that the fund has faced this year, we are confident that UNFPA will continue to play a key role in addressing our particular development needs and our goals in the future. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. And I will now give the floor to El Salvador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Executive Director, distinguished colleagues, El Salvador is grateful for UNFPA's efforts in our country, particularly when it comes to providing assistance to girls and adolescents for the prevention of early pregnancies, as well as others associated with protection of persons in a situation of mobility in the migration cycle by guaranteeing their comprehensive and sustainable protection. In this regard, El Salvador is deeply grateful for the work done by the UNFPA representative in our country, Ms. Neos Bernabeu. She recently concluded her position, and her leadership has left a significant mark on cooperation with El Salvador. UNFPA has become a strategic partner for our country, contributing to the strengthening of national capacities, and it has supported initiatives aimed at the prevention of violence, the empowerment of women and young people, and community leadership. Moreover, it has played a key role in strengthening the statistical system and in the modernization of national processes such as the population and housing census, which made it possible to update demographic data, which is extremely relevant when formulating public policies. Looking to the consideration and adoption of the new UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026 to 2029, El Salvador reiterates its commitment to the objectives set out for the period in question, particularly when it comes to continuing concrete actions to reduce maternal mortality and gender-based violence. My country would like to underscore the importance of redoubling efforts so that these actions can reach all groups and persons in a situation of vulnerability, particularly older persons and persons with disabilities, whose needs are urgent and which frequently are only addressed in a limited fashion. We call for innovative approaches to these population groups being included and prioritized in future interventions. And we call for a continued strengthening of UNFPA's work in humanitarian contexts, where a comprehensive approach to assistance is the only guarantee of the promotion and protection of fundamental rights. We reiterate that the multilateral system must continue to put people, particularly people in situations of vulnerability and their needs, at the heart of discussions, making sure that the pursuit of efficiencies in the framework of the UNAT reforms does not jeopardize existing mandates that are working to that end. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Keita to provide a general reaction to the statements, comments, and questions we have heard. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, estimado presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I would like to thank the distinguished member and ex-ambassadors from Tajikistan, Romania, Belgium, Iceland for the Nordic groups, Mexico for a group statement as well, Tunisia for the African group, Côte d'Ivoire, Sweden, Brazil, Cuba, and El Salvador. I think I say globally because what I heard was support all over the place for what we do. Thank you for that. Muchísimas gracias. Merci infiniment. This is critical for us at this stage of resources. We are working hard to make sure that we can get to the last mile everywhere to get to the people. Data are important at this stage because it allows us to determine what are the necessary resources to save lives. And I will use the word used by Brazil, marginalized people, those with the greatest need. And thank you for all your personal comment towards the Secretary General, confidence and trust in me. And I need your trust. You are the board. I need all of your trust, all of your support to make sure that we reach our goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias.
Thank you. We will continue and now give the floor. I have Bangladesh on my list, followed by Switzerland. Bangladesh, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to sincerely thank the Acting Executive Director for her presentation, which provided a comprehensive overview of UNFPA's current works and future plans. Bangladesh deeply values its long-standing partnership with UNFPA, which consistently supports our national priorities in advancing development goals. UNFPA's Strategic Plan 2026-2029 sets a clear path toward resilience by promoting universal access to sexual and reproductive health, realizing reproductive rights, and fulfilling the vision of the ICPD. We commend UNFPA's plan to work with partners to protect hard-won gains. We also appreciate its emphasis on building resilience at the community levels. Excellencies, during this uncertain time of multiple and overlapping crises, the continued decline in core funding is a significant setback for us. Undoubtedly, consistent flow of resources is essential to address the needs of our most vulnerable populations. We look forward to UNFPA's cautious financial management to overcome the challenges. As a former chair and current member of the UNFPA Executive Board, Bangladesh reiterates its commitment to global collaboration and stands ready to share its experiences and insights, particularly in maternal health, gender equality, and climate-resilient health systems. Bangladesh calls for increased investments in sexual and reproductive health, including universal access to family planning, maternal health care, adolescent health services, and youth well-being initiatives. We encourage UNFPA to further leverage digital technologies to reach marginalized communities and enhance the effectiveness of its programs. We are at the forefront of climate change impacts. Therefore, we emphasize the importance of proactive action plans and resource pre-positioning to protect the most vulnerable populations, especially women and children. A multi-sectoral, climate-informed strategy is crucial to protect vulnerable populations and strengthen resilience. In conclusion, we call for incorporating the lessons learned into the future development agenda. We also call for enhanced South-South cooperation to harness knowledge and innovation for empowering youth in developing countries. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Bangladesh. We will now hear from Switzerland, followed by France and China. Switzerland, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Monsieur le Président,
President, we would like to make these comments in our national capacity, in addition to the joint statement delivered by Mexico. Switzerland fully supports unequivocally the strategic plan 2026 to 2029 of the UNFPA, a commitment shared by many other member states. We welcome its realistic and ambitious approach to sexual and reproductive health, demographic resilience, gender equality, and to reaching those with the greatest need. We welcome the sound normative basis of the plan, which is based on the program of action of the International Conference on Populations and Development, the 2030 Agenda, the United Nations QCPR for 2024, and the Pact for the Future. Switzerland believes that this plan is a bridge toward the post-2030 development agenda, and we appreciate the role actively played by the UNFPA in its development. The enactment of the commitments undertaken in the plan, especially those related to sexual and reproductive health and rights, is essential to speed progress toward achievement of the SDGs by 2030. We appreciate the constructive and proactive commitment of the UNFPA in the United Nations Development System reform, in particular in the context of UN 2.0, UN 80, and the humanitarian reset. We acknowledge that financial challenges continue to face the multilateral system. We must continue to support diversification and innovation in terms of financing. Switzerland reaffirms, however, that core funding, which is predictable and multi-year, is essential to the independence and the long-term impact of the UNFPA. We are convinced that the UNFPA can adapt its priorities to better serve people in need, and we will continue to provide our support over the next 4 years in accordance with our commitment undertaken in the financing plan. We look forward to continuing our constructive dialogue throughout the strategic period and in the discussions on UN 80.
Thank you, Citizen, and we'll stick with the Francophonie. France, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank the Acting Executive Director, dear Diane Keita, for your work, the work of all of UNFPA, and for presenting the 2026-2029 strategic plan, which should ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and realize sexual and reproductive health rights for all. The respect of these rights is essential in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This plan that you are presenting takes into account humanitarian emergencies and makes sure to provide a health-based approach to those. The plan recalls that measures for gender equality, the rights of women and girls, are essential for sustainable development. And France fully supports the 2026-2029 plan. Mr. President, as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action, there are many challenges to achieve the SDGs. In 2023, around 260,000 women died following complications in pregnancy or delivery. Significant disparities remain, with 70% of maternal deaths taking place in sub-Saharan Africa. France commends UNFPA's work to guarantee access to essential health services around the world. In humanitarian contexts, which are often worsened, UNFPA's action is essential for the dispensing of vital care, the distribution of medical materials, and supporting populations in the path towards resilience. Mr. President, monitoring demographic developments is another one of its activities that allows us to take stock of the progress that has been made together. Investing in sexual and reproductive health and rights is key to building just and inclusive societies. In this regard, France commits in the form of its feminist foreign policy and is engaging in that regard. Promoting access to sexual and reproductive health and rights is subject to a dedicated strategy and was also reaffirmed in our International Strategy for Feminist Foreign Policy 2025 to 2030. In the past 4 years, France has provided 18 million euros a year in the form of support to the Supplies Programme for the distribution of contraceptives and health supplies in vulnerable areas. Through the Feminist Organization Support Fund, France confirms its role as the #1 donor to feminist organizations around the world. Mr. President, to conclude, in the current reform context, France commends the UNFPA's rationalization efforts. We encourage a recentering of its activities and the sharing of resources on the ground. Only concerted and coordinated action can have a concrete and lasting impact that benefits populations. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to China.
President, China thanks Acting Executive Director Keita for her presentation. We highly commend the inclusive and transparent process in developing the 2026-2029 strategic plan, charting a course for the work of UNFPA in the coming 4 years. First, China supports UNFPA in implementing its mandate in sexual and reproductive health. In implementing the ICPD Program Action and 2030 Agenda, China supports the UNFPA in participating in the UN 80 process, strengthening its mandate and strengthening communication with member states on efficiency improvements and enhancing transparency in the context of drastic funding decline caused by the US cutting aid. China calls on developed countries to honor its ODA commitments by providing sufficient and predictable core resources and laying a solid groundwork for the strategic plan. Second, as a the biggest developing country with over 1.4 billion people, China values the UNFPA as an important partner and has consistently provided and will continue to provide voluntary contributions. In the new cycle of the country program, the two sides will continue to support China in addressing new challenges in the area of demography and development, and actively address the practical needs of countries in the global south, engage in trilateral cooperation and implementing the ICPT POA, and achieving sustainable development goals for the benefit of all. Third, it would come as no surprise if the United States later once again regurgitate the same old remarks and levy baseless accusations on the legitimate cooperation between China and the UNFPA. These accusations are utterly groundless. China categorically rejects them. China's country program is fully in line with the rules of the executive board and the China UNSDCF and its overall orientation. China is not prone to the malaise of jealousy when it comes to the development of other countries, nor will we engage in unjustified crackdowns and containment, sparing not even one's own allies, neighbors, and LDCs. Who is, after all, cutting the funding to the UNFPA, condemning millions of vulnerable women and children in a state of existential threat? Who is abandoning global consensus? I think the international community is clear-eyed. If the US representative did not accuse China in its later remarks, it means he has finally come to senses. China acknowledges this. It's always the right thing to own up to one's mistakes. In case the US representative is bent on accusing China, once again, China has already made our position clear. In closing, we congratulate Ms. Keita on her intended candidature as the Executive Director of UNFPA.
Gracias al...
I thank the Deputy Permanent Representative of China for his statement, and I would like to thank the Deputy Permanent Representative of Denmark for their patience. You now have the floor, followed by Colombia and Canada.
So much, Mr. President, Madam Acting Executive Director. Denmark thanks UNFPA for the transparent and participatory manner in which you have developed the new strategic plan. The broad support expressed over recent months from both donors and program countries is a clear reflection of its quality, its balance, and its relevance. Mr. President, recent global developments have only reinforced the importance of a strong and focused UNFPA. Conflicts, climate change, and humanitarian crises all underscore the urgency of UNFPA's mandate and universal access to sexual and reproductive health services. We welcome that the new strategic plan is firmly anchored in respect for human rights and in the principle of leaving no one behind. Denmark particularly values UNFPA's unique role in advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights, a cornerstone for gender equality and sustainable development. We also appreciate UNFPA's work as a trusted humanitarian actor, ensuring that women and girls in crisis can access life-saving services. And we welcome the stronger focus on youth, recognizing that the largest generation in history must be empowered to shape their futures. This strategic plan also arrives at a critical juncture for the UN development system. The UN 80 initiative must lead to leaner, more coherent and effective UN delivery. As UNFPA implements the new strategic plan, alignment with reform efforts is essential, in close partnership with other UN entities to ensure efficiency and shared results. In this regard, Denmark underlines the importance of close cooperation with resident coordinators at the country level in line with the One UN approach to maximize impact and ensure coherence. We also note that this will be the last strategic plan to guide UNFPA's work within the framework of the 2030 agenda. It must be implemented with urgency and with a clear focus on accelerating progress towards the unfinished goals of the ICPD and the SDGs. Mr. President, with UNFPA's mandate comes a profound responsibility to advance and safeguard the rights of women and girls everywhere, including their sexual and reproductive health and rights. Equally, it is also ensuring that no one is left behind. Denmark strongly supports the strategic plan and encourages its endorsement by consensus. Mr. President, Madam Acting Executive Director, as UNFPA embarks on this next strategic plan with renewed focus on accelerating progress, Denmark will continue to stand firmly by UNFPA and its vital mandate. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. The Deputy Permanent Representative of Colombia has the floor, followed by the DPR of Canada.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the interregional statement made by the Declaration of Mexico, and I would like to make the following statement in my national capacity. Colombia welcomes the new strategic plan of UNFPA, and we would like to stress the following 5 aspects. Firstly, we recognize the importance of UNFPA's mandate and its focus on population dynamics and public health and its impact on women and girls, particularly in the context of greatest vulnerability. Secondly, we stress the alignment of the plan with global commitments in Cairo and its alignment with the 2030 agenda at a critical juncture for achieving the SDGs. We welcome its inclusive nature and the approach based on human rights. Thirdly, Mr. President, we commend the focus on political and demographic dynamics, which is particularly relevant for a country with population changes that are differentiated across its territories, as is the case in Colombia. Fourth, Colombia expresses grave concern over the worsening financial situation of the organization in the effects on the strategic plan's implementation and its ability to have an impact where it's most needed. We applaud UNFPA's efforts to diversify, including the relocation of its agencies and its offices, and we reiterate a commitment to the funding compact so that the agency can continue to achieve results, maintain its field presence, and to respond to humanitarian crises. Lastly, Mr. President, Colombia calls attention to the revision of the business model, particularly the possible updates mentioned in the tiers of countries. For Colombia, it is essential that these decisions involve program countries, including criteria that recognize persistent gaps and do not reduce the capacity to reach those that most need them wherever they may be found. Mr. President, Colombia has undertaken an ambitious agenda of social reforms, including gender equality, health, and sexual and reproductive rights. They hold pride of place in that program. In this context, we hope to continue to be able to rely on UNFPA as a key partner in our efforts to advance inclusion and human rights, and we join in the applause for the excellent work of the Acting Executive Director. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Canada, please.
Presidente. Madam Executive Director, we welcome your opening remarks and commend you and UNFPA staff worldwide for the progress made in implementing the current strategic plan. In a rapidly changing context and in response to the global setback in gender equality, the adoption of a new strategic plan, 2026 to 2029, is both timely and essential. As others have already done before me, Canada commends the inclusive and transparent way UNFPA has led its consultation process during the development of this plan. We support the vision laid out in the strategic plan to accelerate progress on sexual and reproductive health and rights towards the 3 transformative results, and the addition of a 4th outcome on adapting to demographic change. This addition better positions UNFPA's work in a world of unprecedented demographic diversity. Monsieur le Président, un moment charnière.
Mr. President, at a turning point in the reform of the United Nations, we urge the UNFPA to continue to play a leading role in defending established norms and promoting rights-based approaches. In the context of the UN 80 initiative and its emphasis on effectiveness and efficiency, and the recentering of the United Nations development system, we wish to reiterate the importance of continuing to make headway on gender equality, the protection of human rights, diversity, equity, access, and inclusion, and to ensure that no one is left behind. Responsibility, transparency, and budgetary discipline are just as important to guarantee the optimal use of resources provided to the UNFPA. These questions need to remain at the heart of the reform of the United Nations and the implementation of the QCPR, bolstered by a sound resident coordinator system. Canada is pleased to continue its cooperation with member states and the executive board in the context of the reforms underway. The integration of efforts through the various areas of reform will be vital. In closing, we reiterate our commitment to the UNFPA, and we stand ready to support it as it implements its mandate. To that end, we support the adoption of a decision that would approve the new strategic plan 2026-2029 during this session of the Council. I thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Representative of Ireland, followed by the Permanent Representatives of Zambia and Iraq, before I give the floor to the ambassadors to ECOSOC. So, Ireland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Acting Executive Director, Ms. Diane Keita, I wish to underline Ireland's strong support for UNFPA and its new strategic plan, 2026 to 29. We see the new strategic plan as charting UNFPA's continued leadership and focus on its unique mandate and its vital normative role. It is true once again to the ICPD Programme of Action and well adapted to the 2030 Agenda, the 2024 QCPR, and the Pact for the Future. We appreciate UNFPA's focus on responding to evolving and difficult challenges and its commitment to continue to maximize program delivery, advocacy efforts, and agency, in particular for women and young people. UNFPA has made a clear case for adding a fourth outcome on adapting to demographic change to its established 3 transformative results. We believe this shift will enable it to play an even more substantive role through a strong human rights approach in the important global debates on fertility and demography. UNFPA has been right to take a conservative approach in its integrated budget and planning, and right also to commit to maintaining its flexibility for the period of the plan. This is needed in the context of ongoing uncertainties about funding and the important UN reform initiatives now underway. Given the period of change and challenge ahead, continued openness and transparency by UNFPA in decision-making and accountability will be important. Acting Executive Director, I also want to thank UNFPA for listening. We value the open-minded and serious approach that you and your team have taken to consulting on this strategic plan. As we reflect on our own responsibilities, Ireland recognised the role that donors must play in upholding the principles set out in the Funding Compact 2.0 to support UNFPA in realising its ambitious strategic plan. We will continue to play our part in supporting UNFPA through a sustained approach to funding and strong support for your human rights-based mandate. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you for your statement. The permanent representatives of Zambia and Iraq in that order, please. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you very much, Acting Secretary General, Acting Executive Director. Thank you. Zambia aligns itself with a statement delivered by Tunisia on behalf of Africa Group and submits the following remarks in its national capacity. I do want to first point out that we do appreciate your leadership, Acting Executive Director. We commend the good relationship and partnership that we have between UNFPA and Zambia. We continue to collaborate in many areas, including data and statistical undertakings, demographic and health surveys, and supporting ongoing efforts on sexual and reproductive health. As champion on ending early child and forced marriages, Zambia appreciates that the strategic plan will complement ongoing efforts in addressing this practice that limits the capacity of women to achieve their economic potential. In short, you are a trusted partner on the ground. Zambia commends UNFPA for undertaking a consultative process in the formulation of an ambitious and yet pragmatic strategic plan for the period 2026 to 2029, building on lessons learned and performance of the preceding strategic plan. We welcome the strategic focus of contributing universal access to sexual and reproductive health and realization of reproductive rights. We further commend the introduction of the fourth outcome on population dynamics and demographic change, as this is critical in supporting informed policy decision-making, including sustainable development planning and harnessing demographic dividend. UNFPA has a unique comparative advantage in the UN system in addressing population dynamics and sexual reproductive health, which is crucial to the social development pillar of the SDGs, while also playing a complementary role in achieving the SDGs. Mr. President, Acting Executive Director, the true value of the strategic plan lies in actions delivered through nationally owned and nationally led country programs. We therefore underscore the need for UNFPA to work within country-specific contexts, guided by national priorities. We also urge the UNFPA to continue engaging member states in the collaboration of short and medium-term priorities and deliverables during the course of implementation. Within the context of the UN8 initiative, we urge UNFPA to be more effective and efficient in as it delivers this mandate. This will require cultivating and leveraging strong strategic partnerships based on comparative advantage of your partners. Acting Executive Director, allow us to really just express our support for your candidacy, and we fully stand behind you. Zambia remains committed to doing its part in attaining development outcomes supported by the UNFPA. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gracias.
Thank you. Iraq has the floor.
Sayyid Rais, Sayyida Dina.
Mr. President, Ms. Keita, Acting Executive Director of the UNFPA, Iraq wishes to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this regular session of the UNFPA, which falls at a critical junction during the consideration of the strategic plan and the budget for 2026 to 2029. This session will build the international consensus regarding population and development, in particular, given the mounting needs of populations and the drop in the resources available to developing countries. The strategic plan was a strong example of how to spur sustainable development reforms and achieve progress. It aims at children and young people and women. In addition, it focuses on violence against women. For this plan comes at a turning point, and staunch action has allowed Iraq to carry out its agenda based on information, sharing of information and resources so as to achieve the SDGs. We welcome our constructive cooperation with the UNFPA in accordance with our partnership with the relevant entities in order to achieve development and meet the aspirations of our people. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. I will now give the floor, as I said, to the ambassadors accredited to ECOSOC of the United Kingdom and the United States, followed by the Chargé d'Affaires of Nigeria, after which I will give the acting executive director the floor so that she can respond to the comments and questions that have been raised. The representative of the United Kingdom has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by personally welcoming Ms. Keita's nomination for the role of Executive Director. I make the statement in the UK's national capacity, recognizing that we joined the statement delivered by Mexico earlier. We meet today at a pivotal moment for UNFPA and the wider UN development system. The UN development system is under more pressure than ever to make the progress necessary to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, to respond to the growing number of crises around the world, and help generate the global growth needed to reduce poverty and tackle rising inequality. All this against a backdrop of reduced funding and operational uncertainty as we work to reform and strengthen the United Nations through the UNAT initiative. We are under no illusion of how difficult this makes the job of UNFPA and its staff. Developing a strategic plan in this context is extremely challenging. Gender equality, population health, and sexual and reproductive health and rights remain of the utmost priority for the UK. We commend UNFPA's leadership in the humanitarian sector, its critical ICPD mandate, and its normative, technical, and operational work to achieve the three transformative results. Let us be clear, rights-based, comprehensive, universal SRHR must be non-negotiable if we are truly to achieve the 3 zeros. In this, you have our full support. Through the implementation of this strategic plan, which we endorse fully, we urge UNFPA to remain laser-focused on its core mandate, prioritizing those furthest behind and working collaboratively with partners to ensure integrated and gender-responsive delivery across development and humanitarian settings. A sustainable approach to financing will be key. We commend the Supplies Partnership Match Fund as a replicable model of impact and efficiency, and encourage UNFPA to amplify this success. We would also like to recognize UNFPA's engagement with the UNAT process across the development and humanitarian clusters. Ultimately, what we are seeking through UNAT is a development system that is more impactful on the ground and more effective in using existing resources to deliver on the rights and priorities of all women and girls, while ensuring more coherence under the leadership of empowered resident coordinators. To conclude, the UK will stand with UNFPA as a steadfast advocate for sustainable development goals, gender equality, human rights, and SRHR. Our firm expectation is that UNFPA will remain always a bold and vocal champion of these universal values. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. The United States has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Acting Executive Director Keita, for your statement and your recognition that the agency's mandate must remain in areas of clear consensus. The United States pursues shared objectives for improved health for women and girls through the Geneva Consensus Declaration. As the UN system must recognize the strengths, expertise, and sovereignty of its respective members, we recognize technical partnerships with member states who drive forward quality efforts on key issues like improving demographic data, understanding low fertility as well as infertility, and recognizing the opportunities within our rapidly aging world. However, all too frequently, the United States is reminded of the UN's blinding biases. The United States will always remain committed to combating the UN's anti-Israel bias. The appointment of a new executive director for UNFPA puts its future at a crossroads. The Secretary General's selection should unify member states. It is paramount that the consequential leadership decision respect and advance the integrity of UNFPA's mandate. Mr. President, we further underscore that the United States has always urged UNFPA to condemn coercive population efforts and specifically end its partnership with the Chinese government agency responsible for cruelly implementing such policies. Women in China still suffer from the impacts of complicit Chinese officials who supported campaigns of forced sterilization and forced abortion. This legacy, which undermines UNFPA's credibility, should not mar its future. Finally, we again reiterate that member states should unequivocally not subsidize UNFPA's technical assistance for a country with the world's second largest economy. We view any allocation of resources to China as a continued failing of the board's fiduciary responsibility. Thank you.
Gracias por su.
Thank you for your statement. The Chargé d'Affaires of Nigeria has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and distinguished members of the board, acting executive director and now incoming executive director, excellencies, distinguished delegation. Nigeria aligns itself with the statement delivered by Tunisia on behalf of the African group and wishes to make the following remarks in our national capacity. We thank the acting executive director for the presentation of the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029. We commend UNFPA for its commitment to the ICPD program of action and for providing a roadmap that seeks to accelerate progress on maternal health, gender equality, youth empowerment, and the sustainable development. We particularly welcome the 4 outcomes of the strategic plan, which aligns closely with our national priorities, especially reducing maternal mortality and ending gender-based violence and harmful practices. It is also consistent with our commitment for expanding access to voluntary family planning services and harnessing the demographic dividends of our youthful population through evidence-based policies. At the same time, Nigeria wishes to underscore that certain elements of the plan relating to sexual and reproductive health and rights are not fully consistent with our national laws, policies, and cultural values. In this regard, Nigeria will continue to engage constructively with UNFPA while ensuring that our cooperation remains firmly grounded in respect for our national sovereignty, laws, and development priorities. Mr. President, Nigeria reaffirms its strong partnership with UNFPA and remains committed to working together to accelerate progress towards ending preventable maternal deaths, advancing gender equality, and ensuring that every young person can realize their potential in dignity and health. And finally, we look forward to, as a statement that I prepared before, to working with the next executive director. But now I will say we look forward to working closely with you, Ms. Keita, and your team to deliver on the agency's mandate, which, as noted above, aligns with our national priorities. I thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. I would now like to give the acting executive director an opportunity to respond. But first of all, I'd like to share something, above all, with the observers who are not members of the board. Yesterday, the Secretary General exercised his prerogatives to transmit a communication to the president of this board in which he expressed his willingness for Ms. Diane Keita to be appointed to take on the executive director position. That communique was transmitted to all of the members of the board so that in this consultation process, as established in the rules, that consultation can take place. I'm confident, having heard the resounding, overwhelming support for this appointment, for this prerogative of the Secretary General, that this will indeed take place as quickly as possible, possibly even before the end of the silence procedure that I established as president, so that this can be concluded appropriately following the proceedings that are established in our rules of procedure. So I will give the floor to the executive director in pectore of UNFPA to be able to respond now to the comments. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I would like to give the following answers to the excellencies and distinguished member of the board. To Bangladesh, Switzerland, France, Denmark, China, Canada, Ireland, Zambia, Iraq, UK, USA, and our utmost thank for your unwavering support of what we do at UNFPA and for our mandate. We are grateful for that support. Let me start by the UN reform. UNFPA is absolutely supporting the UN resident coordinator system. We truly believe that delivering as one is what makes the UN work efficiently on the ground. And when we say that it's not only the UN country team at stake, but it's the larger UN country team with non-resident agencies. It's important to mention, especially for data and population aspect and others. So really thank you for recognizing that. We will assure you that efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability will lead all our undertaking. We take note of the different comments and where you want to see us improve and where you want to see have an unwavering support to sexual reproductive health and rights as a mean to get to the sustainable development. They are at the heart of sustainable development. We thank the USA as well. Geneva Consensus about maternal mortality decrease. So we take note of your comments and we continue to showcase that we work in a very balanced manner. It's important, and we work with all member states. This is a time difficult for all member states that you are. Resources have declined, not are declining, have declined, and yet we need everyone to pitch in, if I may put it this way. Donor country, but also program countries. Say this with a lot of respect and humility after the Seville Compromiso and the Doha summit that is arriving. Everybody needs to pitch in. So that's why we're very grateful for program country who are increasing their core contribution, who are increasing their matching fund to the supply partnership. So please, let's work together to make sure that we not only we are effective with the means, but also we can respect under your leadership, your national priorities and your cultural value to ensure that the women in your country, the young girl in your country, and the young people can fulfill their full potential. And as again, thank you, Mr. President, for mentioning the Secretary General honor made to me. And I hope, as the US said, that I will represent the balance for you. I think I'm a very balanced person. I respect infinitely the member state because without you, there is no agency. We are only the civil servant to serve you. But you'll find me on your way if you allow me very respectfully and with a lot of humility to tell you the hard cold truth on the way you should be working with us because it's important for every woman, every young girl, everywhere. Me, myself being a young Black girl from somewhere in a village very far away from this beautiful room in New York. I'll stop there, Your Excellency.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We will continue with the list of speakers. And I will now give the floor to Republic of Korea, Tunisia, and New Zealand, then Australia and Uruguay. So Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also like to thank the administrator for her comprehensive statement. UNFPA's strategic plan comes at a time of unprecedented challenges. The global development system faces a severe funding squeeze, while demand for humanitarian, development, and peace support keeps growing. These deepening constraints make it harder to reach those who need help the most. In this context, let me highlight 3 points. First, reduced resources must never mean reduced protection for the most vulnerable. Women, the elderly, youth, and persons with disabilities are often hit hardest in times of crisis. Their rights, dignity, and access to services must remain central to UNFPA's mandate. In this regard, we welcome UNFPA's commitment to concentrating resources where they are needed most. Second, we commend UNFPA for further exploring new funding mechanisms to advance its mission and responsibility. As the plan noted, leveraging and piloting sustainable resource mobilization while pursuing internal efficiency are essential to safeguard progress and deliver developmental results. Thus, we encourage UNFPA to further strengthen and extend financial innovation given the limitations of regular contributions. Third, we call on UNFPA to further intensify its field presence and direct engagement with local communities. These realities on the ground must be well analyzed and properly integrated into the program based on local needs and capacities to ensure that development programs remain people-centered. In addition, innovative financing and stronger partnership should reinforce this orientation. Mr. President, UNFPA's mission to uphold rights and choices for all is urgent as ever. We trust that UNFPA will continue promoting universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. For our part, the Republic of Korea remains ready to work with UNFPA and fellow member states to guarantee that, even in the face of financial constraints, no one is left behind. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. And if I can just ask for your indulgence to change the list of speakers once again and to be able to welcome the permanent representatives of Netherlands and Uruguay and give them the floor in that order. So Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Acting Executive Director, allow me to congratulate Ms. Diana Kita with her nomination by the Secretary General for the position of Executive Director. Today, we discuss the strategic direction of UNFPA, and we do this in a dynamic and tumultuous time while also nearing the Agenda 2030 deadline. In other words, the timing of the new strategic plan is pertinent, and we thank UNFPA for consulting the Executive Board throughout the drafting process. Allow me to raise 2 points and questions on the strategic plan and its link to the UN80 process. First, on the strategic plan. The Kingdom of the Netherlands strongly supports this solid guiding document, and we look forward to its endorsement. The new strategic plan is grounded in a human rights-based approach and positions UNFPA as the key player in advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights. We consider this plan to be an enabler for accelerating progress across all 3 transformative results and advancing individual rights and choices. My first question is, can the Acting Executive Director elaborate on how the new strategic plan will allow UNFPA to continue to reinforce and strengthen its normative leadership, particularly in the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights? Secondly, UNFPA's normative role is central to the mandate and its work, and therefore a significant part of UNFPA's unique role and comparative advantage within the UN development system. The UN80 process offers a renewed opportunity to shape a more coherent and complementary multilateral system that is fit for purpose. We ask UNFPA to protect its normative mandate and to keep us involved and informed throughout the process, as you've done all along. This leads to my second question. Could you provide more information on the link between the business model review and the rollout of the strategic plan? As we hear, UNFPA works on structural changes and further prioritization aimed at a robust and fit-for-purpose UNFPA. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Uruguay, please.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also extend our greetings to the Acting Executive Director of UNFPA. Uruguay aligns itself with the joint statement coordinated by Mexico and Switzerland, and we make this statement in our national capacity. We take this opportunity to express our firmest support to the work and mandate of the United Nations Population Fund. We support the proposed strategic plan 2026 to 2029 as a roadmap for the implementation of its 4 interconnected outcomes that include family planning, maternal mortality, gender violence, and adaptation to demographic change. We welcome the inclusion of the 4th goal focused on population dynamics, which takes into account the changing patterns to anticipate, plan, and manage demographic changes, which is particularly relevant for Uruguay, which has an aging population. We stress the important role played by UNFPA in guaranteeing universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, and in particular when it comes to the enjoyment of sexual and reproductive rights, with a view to accelerating the implementation of the Cairo Plan of Action 30 years after its adoption. We also recall at a regional level the commitments contained in the Montevideo Consensus that was adopted in 2013 at the first meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development for Latin America and the Caribbean. We in particular appreciate the human rights-based approach of the strategic plan, the importance that it attaches to adolescents, young people, and vulnerable, marginalized and vulnerable groups, its focus on environmental sustainability, and its alignment with the 2030 Agenda Principle of leaving nobody behind. We also recognize that national involvement is the guiding principle of all of UNFPA's programs. And we believe it's key for work on the ground to be adapted to those priorities and national contexts, and to play out to be developed together with the respective resident coordinators. In that regard, Uruguay would like to acknowledge the support it received from UNFPA at the national level and its joint projects carried out as part of the 2021-2025 country program. We remain committed to continuing to work together with the fund to design and approve the new program under this new government. At the same time, we recognize positively the efforts of UNFPA to strengthen its operational capacities in humanitarian contexts. We believe that this role is particularly relevant in the current circumstances marked by a high level of demand for sexual and reproductive health services, given the increasing number of armed conflicts, as well as worsening respect for international humanitarian law and other emergency situations stemming from the negative impact of climate change.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now give the floor to states in the aforementioned order, that is to say Tunisia, New Zealand, and Australia.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Andres Montalvo Sosa, President of the Executive Board, Ms. Diana Keita, Acting Executive Director of UNFPA, distinguished members of the Executive Board and observers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Tunisia aligns itself with the statement of the African Group members of the Executive Board, and I wish to deliver the following remarks in my national capacity. It is with great pleasure to reaffirm Tunisia's strong support for the UNFPA and to express our deep appreciation for our 5 decades of fruitful partnership. This long-standing collaboration, now in its 10th cooperation cycle covering 2021-2026, has played a pivotal role in advancing the goals of the International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action and in supporting Tunisia's national development priorities. In the field of sexual and reproductive health, a landmark achievement has been the adoption and implementation of the National Strategy on Sexual and Reproductive Health 2022-2030. Together, we have strengthened the maternal and perinatal death surveillance and response system, revitalized the National Committee on Maternal Deaths, and raised awareness among all stakeholders about the importance of this life-saving work. In addressing gender-based violence, UNFPA's support to 7 national centers and shelters has provided essential services to more than 2.5 thousand vulnerable women, including women with disabilities and single mothers, while evidence-based advocacy and innovative solutions have amplified national efforts to combat this scourge. In the area of population and development, UNFPA's technical and logistical support to the 2024 population and housing census has been invaluable. From modernizing data systems with GIS technology to digitalizing the census process, and from implementing a nationwide communication strategy to preparing demographic projections that will inform Tunisia's new population policy. Equally important, Tunisia and UNFPA have worked hand in hand to empower youth and adolescents, expanding youth-friendly health spaces, implementing the largest out-of-school comprehensive sexuality education program to date, and adopting a multi-sectoral national youth strategy. This work ensures that young people, essentially those in rural and vulnerable situations, are not left behind. Finally, Tunisia fully supports the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029, and we therefore call on all partners to continue supporting UNFPA's invaluable.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. New Zealand now, followed by Australia, please.
Thank you, President. New Zealand welcomes the draft UNFPA Strategic Plan for 2026 to 2029 and looks forward to its adoption at this Executive Board meeting. We commend UNFPA for its continued leadership in advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls. This strategic plan is both timely and forward-looking. It builds on past progress while responding to today's complex global realities. We particularly welcome its strong focus on equity and inclusion, youth leadership, and the integration of demographic resilience as a new strategic outcome. We commend the plan's coherence and clarity. It presents a well-structured and integrated framework that connects global commitments with practical country-level action. Its pragmatic design, anchored in realistic financing and a robust results framework, gives us confidence in its ability to deliver impact, even in the face of constrained resources and global uncertainty. The plan is well grounded in human rights principles and in a clear understanding of the comparative advantage of the multilateral development system. As such, we are confident it will help accelerate progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, despite the mounting challenges facing member states in terms of ongoing conflict and fragility, climate change, and fiscal pressures. New Zealand remains firmly committed to the full implementation of the ICPD Programme of Action and to achieving the 3 transformative results. We are proud to be a long-standing partner of UNFPA, and in that regard, New Zealand was pleased to recently confirm our multi-year core funding to UNFPA for the next 3 years. The flexibility provided by such funding is even more important in a context of shrinking resources. We will continue to advocate for and invest in comprehensive SRHR, gender equality, and the rights and well-being of women and girls. Our consideration of this strategic plan comes at a time of considerable uncertainty, and the multilateral development system is likely to undergo significant changes during the period that it covers. Against this backdrop, New Zealand stands ready to work with UNFPA, member states, and the wider UN family to realise the full promise of the strategic plan. We remain committed to a multilateral development system that is inclusive and fit for purpose, that is an informed and effective partner for our Pacific neighbours, and one that delivers for those most in need now and into the future. Thank you.
Le agradezco.
Thank you. I give the floor to Australia.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Acting Executive Director for her remarks. Australia welcomes the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026 to 29, and we look forward to endorsing it this week alongside fellow members of this Executive Board. We thank UNFPA for fostering substantive consultation and collaboration in shaping this plan. My statement today outlines 5 key points. First, Australia reaffirms our unwavering support for UNFPA and the vital role it plays in advancing a safer, healthier, and more equitable world for all. UNFPA's mandate is integral to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its goals, and our collective vision for a prosperous and resilient world to which Australia remains firmly committed. Second, we welcome the strategic plan's continued prioritisation of human rights as a cornerstone to improved population health. The Programme of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development rightly sits at the heart of this effort and the strategic plan, and it serves as a shared compass for an inclusive rights-based development. We commend the strong articulation of gender equality, bodily autonomy, comprehensive sexuality education, climate resilience, and the integration of humanitarian responses, all transformative levers for improving lives. Third, Australia strongly supports continued investment in data and evidence generation, the bedrock for informed and effective decision-making. The facts are more vital than ever now. We need robust, accurate data to guide population, demographic, and health policies, shape priorities, and to hold us all accountable. Fourth, it is essential to allocate limited resources strategically to maximise impact. In this context, Australia welcomes the ongoing work through the Bureau's business model review to make the UNFPA a more fit-for-purpose enterprise. As this work progresses, we underscore the importance of UNFPA retaining sufficient technical and human resources to respond to the needs across all of the world's regions, without exception. Fifth, and finally, the strategic plan rightly incorporates flexibility and necessary response to the growing risks posed by a decline in funding quality. In a time of profound upheaval across the multilateral system, the strategic plan positions the UNFPA to deliver effectively and responsively. We urge all member states to stand behind this plan through policy and funding commitments. Thank you.
Gracias por su declaración.
Thank you for your statement. We still have a long list of speakers. I think that the best way to move forward is to now give the floor to Diane Keita, and then we will continue with the 10 or 11 speakers that we have left, so that then at the end of the meeting we can give you the floor once again. So Diane, if you would like to, you can now respond.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank the distinguished delegate and ambassadors from the Republic of Korea, the Netherlands, Uruguay, Tunisia, New Zealand, and Australia. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your support to UNFPA mandates. I have had two questions. One of the questions is how we can reinforce our normative role and leadership on the ground. UNFPA is one of the rare agencies working with not only government, but also working with parliament, civil society, and private sector. So that makes our life much easier because, as you know, Parliament takes the decision, the law, etc. So working with all levels of our country allow us to make the right advocacy while building our expertise, learn from the last mile to make it scientists, take it up at the highest level possible. And while we have civil society partnering with us on the at the grassroots level, and other UN agencies, that allow us to make sure that what we are proving on the ground is what needs to be reflected. So that allows us to really continue our normative role with the right data. That's why the fourth outcome probably is now needed more than ever, because with the facts we can move forward. Of course, there are some of the survey that will need to continue, that are the health survey, for instance, the census. But with the innovative digitalization of data, that will allow us as well to continue that work. And vis-a-vis the UN 80, we need your assistance. You know, working in the development cluster is something. There are 3 development clusters. The funds and program, the one we are in, the secretariat one, and the specialized institution one. And UNFPA probably one who cross-cut with the 3. Because in the development cluster, the funds and programs where we are the only one who does what we do. Nobody does SRHR in that cluster. So we are very happy that our mandate will remain as it is. Now, for population development, we share that field with the Secretariat cluster, we being the operationalization end of that and working hand in hand. And with the specialized institution like UNESCO, WHO, or ILO, we work on the thematic that what reinforce our normative part to continue engaging. So what we need from our member state really is support. You know, UN80 is about member state decision, as the Secretary General said as well. We need your support, we need your unwavering mention that our mandate continue keep alive so that we can save women's, young people's life. So those are the things I would like to say at that level. And for all the recommendation, the point done by all member states, we take good note of that, and you can count on us to continue keep on working, keep on exactly where we are to stand tall in our feet. Resources will come in because the biggest resources so far, it's the human resources, where women and girls and men are. Those are the most important one. And I truly believe that together under your leadership, we can achieve that, continue to give the help and assistance that UNFPA is giving on your behalf. I'll stop there and thank you all for your incredible remark and incredible support. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Diane.
Disculpe, there was another question on the BMR. I was about to forget that. The fact is, the business management review should have limited itself to the SP. But yet, we work in a moving world, and the UN80 came along. So our BMR goes beyond the strategic plan, we hope. I'm very proud of the team I'm working in. And with my colleague here, Andrew Saberton, the Deputy Executive Director Management, and myself, Deputy Executive Director Program, and all our leadership team, we said, let's go forward, that let's move a step forward and make sure that the BMR can respond to the UN80 demands as well. So that's why it's probably more ambitious than this SP that we are endorsing today, hoping that it will cover better, it'll give us more room to work, maneuver, and meet our results. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. During our extensive consultation process, we've learned about the business model review. So probably that's why I was not missing the question, your response actually. But como dije anteriormente.
As I said previously, we'll now give the floor to the delegations that have requested it. And I have on my list Luxembourg, Norway, Portugal, Jamaica, Russia, and a few others. So Luxembourg, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the acting executive director for her statement. Luxembourg welcomes the publication of the final version of the strategic plan for the UNFPA for the period 2026-2029. We welcome the inclusive process that guided its development, as well as the incorporation of lessons learned from the transformative review of the previous cycle. We thank the UNFPA for having taken on board the contribution of the members of the executive board, and on that basis of having recentered its action on its mandate, the promotion of sexual and reproductive health, the implementation of rights in that area, and gender equality. This recentering is particularly key in a context of United Nations system reform and chronic underfinancing. Luxembourg remains a staunch defender of the unique mandate of the UNFPA. Throughout this process, Luxembourg stressed the following points. First, make headway on reform and coherence of the United Nations development system to bolster its effectiveness and adapt it to current financial realities. We welcome the alignment with the QCPR resolution of 2024 and the reference to the UN80 process, while underscoring the importance of fully incorporating the humanitarian reset. We encourage the UNFPA to continue its cooperation, its interagency cooperation, in particular through joint programs and through harmonization of reports, and we welcome its leading role in the implementation of the program of action of the ICPD. Our second point is prioritizing strategic concentration to maximize impact by adopting an approach of doing less but doing it better. In this context, the integration of an indicator on demographic resilience in the new strategic plan elicits questions given the persistent budget constraints and the need to recenter the priorities of the agency to make it more efficient. We have noted with concern the drop in core funding of the UNFPA, while earmarked contributions remain the norm. This tendency is not viable in the long term. We welcome the UNFPA's work to diversify its funding sources, and we call for renewed cooperation among agencies to share best practices regarding diversification. At a time when multilateral cooperation is vulnerable, Luxembourg remains faithful to its commitment, devoting 1% of its GNI to official development aid, 30% of which are allocated to multilateral partners. With that in mind, we welcome the signing in September of a new strategic partnership framework between Luxembourg and the UNFPA for the period 2026 to 2029. This framework is fully aligned with our strategic plan, and it will allow for the ideal use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, followed by Portugal, please.
Norway aligns fully with the statement delivered by Iceland on behalf of the Nordic countries, as well as the statement delivered by Mexico on behalf of a number of countries. Allow me to provide a few additional remarks in my national capacity. First, I wish to congratulate Ms. Keita for her nomination, and we wish to reiterate Norway's sincere gratitude to the staff of UNFPA and its partner organizations for your tireless and for your courageous work alleviating human suffering and upholding human rights. Norway is the largest contributor to core funding, and we are deeply concerned about the falling trends in such contributions to UNFPA. We urge member states to provide more core funding to the organization. We strongly support the strategic plan, but worry about the present critical risks to its implementation, it being financial shortfalls and funding constraints, or political shifts and further global rollback on the rights of women, girls, and marginalized groups. UNFPA's ability to deliver on the transformative outcomes, be it family planning, ending maternal deaths, and ending gender-based violence, remain essential. I wish to underscore the importance of a right-based approach on the pursuit of providing analysis and advice on demographic challenges, thus preventing further setback of women's rights and girls' rights. All people have the right to bodily autonomy. This includes access to affordable contraception and comprehensive sexuality education. For women and girls, this includes the right to safe abortions. Censoring education fuels misunderstandings and increases vulnerability. Banning or stigmatizing safe abortions leads to unsafe procedures and higher rates of maternal deaths. President, UNFPA has a broad and distinct mandate and remain Norway's most important partner within the area of SRHR. At this day and age, with global setbacks, we encourage the UNFPA leadership to keep member states informed about risks, efficiency gains, and most importantly, about the results of the work of UNFPA. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statement. Portugal, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Portugal commends UNFPA on its comprehensive and forward-looking strategic plan 2629, which reflects the organization's steadfast commitment to advancing the rights and well-being of women, children, and young people worldwide. We congratulate UNFPA on introducing a fourth outcome on population dynamics and demographic change into the next strategic plan, recognizing its crucial role in addressing challenges such as urbanization, climate change, technological transformation, and rising inequalities while ensuring that no one is left behind. Portugal emphasizes the importance of UNFPA's human rights-based approach and urges the organization to maintain its focus on vulnerable and marginalized populations, ensuring progress remains inclusive, equitable, and firmly grounded in human rights. While ambitious and forward-looking, the strategic plan inevitably faces challenges requiring careful attention, including operationalizing strategic priorities, strengthening key enablers such as human resources and knowledge management, addressing data gaps for monitoring and evaluation, securing sustainable financing, and enhancing integration across humanitarian development and peace contexts. We encourage UNFPA to continue addressing these areas proactively to ensure successful implementation and meaningful impact. Portugal underscores the valuable technical support that the UNOPS provides in advancing South-South and triangular cooperation. By fostering collaboration, knowledge sharing, and capacity building among developing countries, these modalities play a pivotal role in accelerating progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. Portugal encourages strengthened collaboration between UNFPA and UNOPS to maximize their transformative impact. We welcome UNFPA's commitment to innovative and digital transformation, as exemplified by initiatives in Mozambique, such as InfoFistula and InfoViolencia, which strengthen evidence-based programming, accountability, and service delivery. As a final remark, Portugal recognizes the important role UNFPA plays in advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights in line with the priorities, the principles of human dignity, gender equality, and social inclusion. Portugal is confident that with continued focus on innovation, sustainability, and effective implementation of its core mandate, UNFPA will successfully maximize the impact of its strategic plan 2629, advancing the rights and well-being of those it serves around the world. I thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. I give the floor to Jamaica, followed by the Russian Federation. Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Acting Executive Director Keita for your statement. The strategic plan clearly demonstrates UNFPA's capacity for anticipatory and agile planning, drawing on its experience of delivering on its mandate with limited resources. It displays a realistic assessment of implementation risks, such as worsening funding deficiencies, humanitarian emergencies, and climate-related disasters, and appropriately highlights ways to manage these challenges, including by broadening its funding base and increasing joint programming with national partners to strengthen local systems and ensure programming continuity. As mentioned in our previous board statement, Jamaica is particularly pleased with the inclusion of a fourth outcome, which seeks to support countries in adapting to demographic change to build resilient societies for current and future generations by integrating evidence-based demographic foresight into public policy frameworks. This ambition not only closely aligns with our national outcome on a healthy and stable population, as reflected in our National Development Plan, but also highlights the principles and commitments we have consistently championed in the Declaration on Future Generations. The outcome on a healthy and stable population speaks to, among other things, a need to develop and strengthen systems and mechanisms to measure international migration flows, for monitoring demographic characteristics, and more broadly considers Jamaica's changing demographic structure. At present, our population consists of an increasingly elder cohort, as well as a decrease in child population. Therefore, employing strategic evidence-based planning to withstand these challenges and to strengthen our capacity without undermining progress in achieving the SDGs is a national priority. In this regard, we look forward to engaging with UNFPA to strengthen data-driven policy planning, as well as to further harness demographic foresight and analysis in line with our national development goals. In addition, we also note with concern the substantial decrease in core resources as outlined in the Integrated Budget 2026 to 2029. Notwithstanding, we commend UNFPA's efforts to safeguard its programmatic activities in countries, understanding that though UNFPA's funding has changed, the need of those you serve has not. In this respect, we stress the country programs must be country-owned and fully aligned with the national and cultural contexts of the respective country. To further progress on the 12 critical areas of the ICPD Program of Action, as well as the SDGs, requires genuine partnership. We also note the agency's ongoing efforts to improve internal efficiencies to make the organization more agile, integrated, and improve cost effectiveness. Finally, Mr. President, as we navigate the current global landscape, the importance of strategic foresight and evidence-based planning is even more relevant. Jamaica looks forward to partnering with UNFPA to make progress on this to meet the
goals of present and future generations. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Russian Federation, please.
Уважаемый господин председатель.
Mr. President, we express our gratitude for the presentation of the strategic plan of the UNFPA for 2026 to 2029, and we are grateful for the consultations with member states during its development as well. It's important to note that the strategic plan serves as a framework document and a basis for organization-wide planning. Russia does not object to its adoption. However, our delegation would like to point out that the document contains mentions of a number of contradictory terms and concepts which our country does not share. We also want to stress the key role of country programs in the documents of the UNFPA, which serve as a link between the strategic plan and the needs set by national governments. We are convinced that the UNFPA can work successfully only if it respects the priorities of states which are in various demographic situations, and also respects its economic, cultural, their economic, cultural, and religious features. Russia intends to continue to support the fund as it implements across the board the Cairo ICPD program of action. We lay particular emphasis on fighting maternal mortality and ensuring access to reproductive services, including in emergencies, to rooting out harmful practices such as child marriage, and also to promoting policies that seek to support families. Russia notes with satisfaction the inclusion in the strategic plan of a separate goal, providing assistance to states responding to demographic changes. This confirms the status of the UNFPA as a leading agency in the UN system in the field of population. Considering the various demographic trends in various countries of the world, from rapid population growth to population reduction, the need for specialized support will only grow. In that regard, Russia intends to contribute to the program to strengthen demographic statistics systems and improve census preparedness, with a special focus on the area of the Commonwealth of Independent States. In closing, the Russian Federation supports the intention of the UNSC to appoint Diane Keita as Executive Director of the UNFPA. We know that you're an excellent specialist and an unbiased international civil servant, and we are convinced that these qualities will provide you with success at your post. I thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the Russian Federation. I will now give the floor to Germany, Italy, Algeria, and Cameroon. Germany, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished Acting Executive Director, Excellencies, in alignment with the joint statement previously presented by my esteemed colleague from Mexico, please allow me to contribute a few additional remarks in Germany's national capacity. We are witnessing an increasing pressure on sexual and reproductive health and rights and the fundamental rights of women and girls all over the world. This shows us that UNFPA's work is needed more than ever. Protecting the well-being and the rights of women, girls, and young people, the core of UNFPA's mandate, is not only a matter of health and empowerment, but key to safeguarding universal human rights and sustainable development for all. Let me assure you, Germany remains fully committed to a rules-based multilateralism system and a 2030 agenda. We will uphold the universality and the indivisibility of human rights. We will also continue to advocate for gender equality, bodily autonomy, and sexual and reproductive rights of women and girls, as well as their full inclusion in all spheres of society. The new strategic plan reflects this vision. We allow us to uphold progress achieved over the past decades and also reflects the ambition to accelerate action to make the ICPD agenda become reality. As the UN embarks on the UN80 initiative, Germany calls on UNFPA to strengthen its efforts in implementing the ongoing UNDS reforms, which we view as essential to the organization's continued success and ability to deliver impact on the ground. We remain committed to provide constructive support for these processes and expect UNFPA to continue to play a leading role in advancing operational efficiency and interagency cooperation. Germany assures to stand by UNFPA's vital mission and to contribute constructively to making the new strategic plan a success. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Italy has the floor, followed by Algeria. Italy, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, Madam Acting Director, distinguished members of the Executive Board, Italy aligns with the cross-regional statement pronounced by Mexico and would like to add a few remarks in national capacity. We welcome the new strategic plan and the priority reflected therein. In particular, we welcome the inclusion of the fourth outcome on demographic change and population dynamics, which reflects the capacity of the program to adapt to the transformations of our times. We reiterate our steadfast support to the mandate of the UNFPA and for the work deployed by the program in the most challenging humanitarian settings. We uphold the enduring efforts to protect women and girls and counter harmful practices, and we are pleased to announce that Italy has recently renewed its long-standing annual contribution to the joint program to accelerate the elimination of female genital mutilations and to end child early and forced marriages, for a total of €5 million for 2025. Accordingly, we will continue to advocate together with our partners for fostering action against all forms of violence and abuse against women and girls across all levels, in close collaboration with governments, national and grassroots community organizations. Before concluding, allow me, Mr. Chair, to commend the work and the leadership of the Acting Executive Director, Diana Keita, for steering the program in these challenging circumstances in the transition, and express our appreciation for the excellent collaboration with the team in New York and at the regional level. In this spirit, we really look forward to continue to work closely with you in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Algeria, followed by Cameroon, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank Ms. Diane Keita, Acting Executive Director, for her presentation on the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029. Algeria commends the valuable work of the United Nations Population Fund in promoting the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDGs 3 and 5. My country fully recognizes the role played by the fund in supporting relevant sectors that promote the social dimension of our national agenda. Our long-standing cooperation with UNFPA is based on key pillars that align with national priorities related to human development, covering several programs and initiatives dedicated primarily to the following areas. First, ensuring the access of reproductive health, including family planning, by enhancing technical capacities and skills in the health sector. Second, supporting plans and programs aimed at improving access to healthcare and social development through coordination with all relevant sectors. Third, supporting national efforts to address violence against women and girls and promoting gender equality. Mr. President, in order to support UNFPA efforts in implementing its mandate in this era of scarce development financing, it's highly important to ensure predictable, timely, and sufficient core and non-core fundings. Equally important is the necessity to preserve UNFPA capacity to deliver in all countries where its support is needed, in line with their national priorities. Hence, and in the framework of the UN80 initiative, we would like to emphasize the paramount priority of ensuring that reforms do not alter the presence of the fund or its capacity to carry out its mandate, particularly in developing countries. Finally, Algeria reiterates its unwavering commitment to working with the UNFPA in order to advance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, leaving no one or country behind. I thank you.
Gracias a usted por su declaración.
Thank you very much for that statement, Cameroon. Cameroon, followed by Kazakhstan.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our delegation would like to thank Madame Diane Keita for her remark and acknowledges the effort in preparing the strategic plan. We also like to congratulate her on her nomination as the next executive director of UNFPA. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Cameroon welcomes the UNFPA for integrating demographic changes into its strategic plans so as to help countries cope with developments in mortality and economic and social migration. With this new pillar, the UNFPA is coming back to its main mandate, which is to prioritize economic development and fight poverty. The program of action does this because it aims to curb infant and mother mortality, to improve education. But with regret, we note that some of these goals were neglected for too long. Transforming the UNFPA into a sexual and reproductive health agency, including controversial aspects. This is the area to recall that for Cameroon, as underscored in the Cairo Plan of Action, progress has been unequal. And Mr. President, Cameroon also notes the emphasis placed on young people and adolescents, noting that children are among this category. And we wish to underscore the role of parents and families as a framework for young people. So education and creation of jobs for young people remain priorities for Cameroon. Cameroon is preparing to launch its next population census. And this will be a pillar on which our path is built. The strategic plan, as we implement the strategic plan, my country will ensure that as it is operationalized, we want to see the spirit of Cairo prevail. We want to see the strategic plan put into effect in accordance with our priorities and our national context and legislation. So we congratulate the UNFPA of underscoring the principle of national ownership in accordance with the relevant documents. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. The last three speakers before I give the floor back to Diane Keita will be Kazakhstan, Ecuador, and the European Union.
Kazakhstan tiene la palabra.
Kazakhstan has the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues. First and foremost, my delegation joins others in warmly congratulating Ms. Diana Keita and looks forward to her appointment as new executive director. We wish you every success in this important role and assure you of Kazakhstan's full support and cooperation as you guide UNFPA forward. We also appreciate the UNFPA Secretariat of the Executive Board for their diligent work in preparing to this session. With the UNFPA support, my country has made significant progress in reducing maternal deaths, enhancing youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services, promoting gender equality, and preventing gender-based violence. We support the draft of the UNFPA strategic plan for the 2026-2029 and look forward to its adoption. We commend the continued sharp focus on the three transformative results. This sustained commitment is crucial for accelerating progress on ICPD program of action and achieving the SDGs. My delegation particularly welcomes the proposed introduction of an outcome dedicated to population dynamics and demographic change. It rightly positions UNFPA to provide tailored evidence-based policy support that helps countries navigate their unique demographic journeys. We also strongly support the plan's integrated approach across the humanitarian development and peace continuum. Finally, we are encouraged by the principles underpinning the proposed business model, especially the emphasis on accountability, agility, and ensuring that country offices are fit for purpose. This will be key to delivering results effectively and efficiently in a complex global landscape. In conclusion, we reaffirm our strong partnership with the UNFPA. We look forward to further engagement within the new country program, and will remain a committed partner in advancing your vital mission globally. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you for your statement. And now I will also listen attentively to the delegation of Ecuador. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're grateful for the detailed information provided by the Acting Executive Director, Diane Keita. My delegation commends the work of UNFPA teams around the world and the progress achieved in terms of democratizing access to family planning, as well as putting an end to avoidable maternal deaths and eradicating gender-based violence. UNFPA's action shows with concrete results the importance of multilateralism as a partner in transforming the lives of women and girls. The work done by the UNFPA office in Ecuador in the context of the 2023-2026 country program allowed us to implement an interinstitutional system for attention, response, and disaggregated data collection, which guided the design of public policies from an integrated and intersectional standpoint, thus prioritizing a culture of dialogue in which the voices of women and girls are listened to and taken on board. Mr. President, Ecuador welcomes the new strategic plan 2026-2029, which is the roadmap for accelerating the implementation of the program of action of the International Conference on Population and Development from Cairo. The strategic plan is the result of a broad consultation process with member states, and it includes their main priorities and reflects as a whole the mandate of UNFPA. We call for its implementation to enjoy the commitment of member states and the support of sustainable financing so that the targets of the four transformative outcomes can become a tangible reality for women, girls, and teenagers around the world. Ecuador stands ready to endorse the strategic plan and its budget because we believe that it will guide the work of UNFPA in the next 4 years and will help accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Lastly, we express our full support for the decision of the Secretary General to appoint Ms. Diane Keita, Executive Director of UNFPA. We reiterate our commitment to work with you and the UNFPA teams to continue promoting access to rights, well-being, and security for women and girls. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you for your statement. And I now give the floor to the European Union.
Gracias, Señor Presidente. I deliver the statement on behalf of the EU as a donor. We congratulate Madam Executive Director Dina Keita on her appointment and thank UNFPA staff around the world for their tireless efforts, often in very difficult circumstances. The EU remains firmly committed to sexual and reproductive health and rights in the context of the Beijing Platform for Action, the ICPD Program of Action, and the outcomes of their review conferences. We must hold firm to our joint commitments guided by the Agenda 2030 and the ICPD. Multilateralism and the protection of human rights are fundamental, and UNFPA's unique mandate across the humanitarian development peace nexus is central to achieving them. We welcome UNFPA's new strategic plan. SRHR must remain at the heart of UNFPA's work. Family planning, maternal health, and gender-based violence and harmful practices require sustained commitment and action. We also value UNFPA's focus on humanitarian settings and demographic change. UNFPA's commitment to the UN reform is crucial. Again, SRHR must be firmly positioned within the wider UN and global health system. Excellencies, the growing scale and complexity of the current global needs calls for a collective response. The EU will remain a reliable and responsible partner, but we cannot fill the gap left by others. Country ownership and domestic resource mobilization are crucial, and so are partnerships with the private sector and international financial institutions to unlock additional resources. We are scaling up the EU Global Gateway strategy and implementing our Global Health Strategy and Gender Action Plan. Let me share 3 examples of our partnership with UNFPA. So the EU is a long-standing partner to the UNFPA Supplies Partnership. Beginning 2025, EU funding for UNFPA's humanitarian work on sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence increased by 36%. And through the EU-Africa Health Partnership, we're launching new programs such as Safe Birth Africa and Spotlight Initiative Africa Regional Program. To conclude, UNFPA's work remains essential for supporting rights and life choices, enabling people to fulfill their potential and contribute to resilient and prosperous societies. Experience shows us it can be done. The EU stands ready to move forward together with all partners. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you. And with that, we are approaching the end of the morning session. And so I would like to invite Ms. Keita to provide her concluding remarks, please.
Excelentissimo, Señor Presidente.
Your Excellency, Mr. President.
Excellency and distinguished member of the board, UNFPA would like to thank le Luxembourg, Norway, Portugal, Jamaica, the Federation of Russia, Germany, Italy, Algeria, Cameroon, Kazakhstan, Ecuador, et l'Union européenne. Thank you for your unwavering support. Thank you for your comment. And thank you for the way you see the program. We take note. Everything is important. Thank you, Norway, for being our first donor. It's important. And I hope, that will spill over to everyone here, and we will become the best funded agency. We are very grateful. Thank you for the comment and the way country member states you see our program intervening in your countries. We hear you. National priorities. Our program are nationally owned. They are made with government. The country programs, it's important to repeat that here. Sometimes when we talk about family planning, it can seem odd as to be the first objective. But the global objective, what we do, we are a public health organization and population, as the ICPD mandate told us to do, is to decrease maternal mortality everywhere. And in order to decrease maternal mortality, you have to start by preventing it to happen. And family planning contributes to that prevention. And ending all preventable maternal mortality is immediately second to that. The gender-based violence and harmful practices are more complex to tackle because they are pervasive, they are more difficult to see. So that's why they come into the third position. And was important for us as UNFPA, based to your demand, that we go back to the fourth outcome to ensure that the data, evidence of data, allow us to perform our mandate according to your wishes in your own country. So we take note and we look forward to working with all of you around the world. I think human rights has been mentioned several times. Right-based approach, human security, human well-being, they all mean the same thing. Wherever you sit, wherever you go. It's important that we continue to uphold the human right, to have the right-based approach in our program to make sure that the young people, the women can fulfill their own potential. It's important that human security remain applied everywhere and that the human well-being is the utmost objective that we all look forward to. And we, Mr. President, are grateful to all of you, member state of the board, for your comments, for your support, for your criticism, because that's the only way for us to deliver on what you expect from us. I'll thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, and thank you to your whole team for joining us this morning at this very productive dialogue, in my opinion. I think it provides us with all of the additional information we need to be able to adopt the relevant decisions. With that, this concludes the consideration of Agenda Item 7, UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029. I wish to inform the board that a draft decision on Agenda Item 7 on the UNFPA Strategic Plan 2026-2029 is under preparation and will be presented for the board's consideration later in the session. We will reconvene at 3 p.m. to continue the UNFPA segment with item 8 on financial, budgetary, and administrative matters focused on the UNFPA Integrated Budget 2026 to 2029. Thank you very much once again for your participation, for your presence here at this meeting. The morning meeting is adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, the negotiations will resume at 1 p.m. in Conference Room B. Thank you.
you.